welcome back. Wednesday hump day. Today I think we're gonna do more Burp Suite automated deployment for configurations. So hopefully some bash scripting. We can come across a use case, maybe a CTF along the way, maybe some Catan. Questions are welcome. Always appreciate the comments. But today is going to be focus on Burp Suite. Trying to do a deep dive on it so you can create user and profile or project configurations. So, along with some other things as well that we've been looking into to enable people beyond intruder and repeater, if that makes sense. We're going to start this up because this is what we have the code running on. Got the new thumbnail today too. Looking good. Very proud of those efforts. Alright. So last night after I got off the stream, I ended up messing around with Tor and was able to connect Burp Suite to Tor using the SOCKS 5 proxy. Had troubles integrating with proxy chains as well. I mean, if we could use proxy chains instead, that would probably be better for most use cases, but we do have Burp now running with Tor if we would like to. So, that being said, let's get into it. So, where we left off yesterday. We got our Tor JSON file with the Tor configurations to run with SOCKS 5. We also have a project file. I think there's a couple other settings I wanted to mess around with. Let's load the Tor. And the pull it script is a configuration that pulls in profiles, scan profiles, B checks, as well as bombed filters for filtering queries. So if we go in here, listening on 8080, go to user connections. You can see we're using the SOCKS 5 proxy here. So we have a proxy host and port, which is configured with Tor. So if we start a browser, Burp should not work. So if we turn on Foxy proxy, Burp's on, as you can see, we get the error. Because again, Tor is not running. If we come down here and we do systemctl start Tor. Once we get Tor going, you can see Google automatically flags us for using the Tor host. Nice and easy. Let me make sure first this is running correctly. Nice. So you can see we're only running an IPv6 address. Location is not detected. IPv4 is not detected. Because bless Tor. So what we could try also is this. If we use proxy change burp suite. Let's open up our internet tab. Let's run our Tor configuration. Makes sense that it has an issue. Now if we go to test, this is where I got to yesterday. It does not want to work. We're getting these errors. It's going from same port. Which is interesting. So if we do this, we cannot put my password into that. Proxy DNS.
This is DJ One Man, and when I ain't messing up my back carrying them heavy vinyls, I'm locked into Fred again.
This doesn't even want to run, and it's disabled. Unless we go through Tor on 9050, which then it works. But we want to come in at 8080, talk to Burp Suite. And then from there, so let's see. So socket error again. And we keep getting that. Even though we're using 8080. Because the idea is internet to burp to, or internet to Foxy proxy to burp to proxy change, and then proxy change through Tor. So 8080, and then what if we use like that? We'll have to do the IP to see, because it's coming through 9050. I don't know if this is going to do what we want though. We're gonna see. There we go. Okay, so let me do, what's my IP? Okay, so you can see here, I'm not in Africa right now, so that's good, because this is accurate then. Looks like we're using a VPN. We're using Tor with Foxy, or proxy change. This is really cool because if you were to just use proxy chains, let's say you go through a single proxy to a host, you do some disruptive behavior on the host. Host says, oh, this IP is coming from a proxy. They contact the proxy owner, pull the logs, and it'll backtrack to you. So you can still get caught in that sense. Using multiple proxy chains makes it more difficult for authorities or the host to track you down because they have to go through multiple proxy owners and go through multiple logs. So proxy chains will help with that. Now introducing Tor. Tor anonymizes your traffic from the start of the proxy chain all the way to the end. So you're running through these proxies, you're cracking boxes, you're doing whatever, but let's say your IP gets flagged, that IP is going to route to a proxy, and let's say they get back to the host, it's still going to be a Tor address. So it's leveraging multiple proxy chains as the tunnel, and then you're sticking like a thin cable of Tor through it. Maybe proxy chain's not the only solution. Can you expand on that? I'm curious what you mean. Nice. And if we go to our settings, we can see we don't need anything because we're running We're not using the SOX proxy, but we're still running Tor with this. So we can validate by check Tor project, and we are configured to use Tor. For most use cases, this is overkill and it's more of a hindrance to your efficiency. Absolutely, I agree with you, Zeus. I mean, in terms of IP identity, do you have another solution, or what do you recommend? Because right now, this is the focus of this would be to anonymize your traffic. But OPSEC obviously starts from the moment you turn on your computer, so. Let's do this. Let's do a tmux session. Let's do cd burp config, mano pull up. Let's stop Tor for now. Let's kill proxy chains. We're just trying to develop like, geez, what? Oh no, I hit that button. I'm fat fingering everything. There we go. Let's come back here and say bash take user input. It's not going to load because we have the proxy on. Okay, so we also have this enabled. Run proxy chains and Tor with proxy and burp. Run burp suite with proxy chains. Specifies change it. Oh, it's a rotating IP service. So you could also do rotating IP with With a script in Tmux. It's literally like a 5-second delay. It'll start Tor, run it for 5 seconds, and then kill it after 5 seconds, and then restart again. And every time you reconnect to the Tor network, it'll give you a new IP. So you can just have that script running in the background, and every 5 seconds, same thing. You can set the reset time to whatever, and it'll just keep reconnecting to Tor with a fresh address. This is a much slower Fred against set than I thought. Gotta go back to old reliable. But the paid version of IP address. I mean, you could also, not trying to take the other side, I'm just trying to think of counteracts. The thing also with a paid VPN service is that traffic, I guess, stands out a little bit more because less people are going to use a paid VPN service than free or if at all. So in terms of blending into other traffic, that could get picked out because it's a private VPN. Like there's going to be less coming of that traffic. Yeah, you too, Zeus. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, read-p. Oh, there we go. Read, input, confirm. Echo, confirm. Okay. So we can set echo confirm. Otherwise, confirm. Equals. No. Let's do the same thing. Let's do echo confirm. What up, Texas? 103 network injury. How do you have nothing to do? It's impressive, unless you've done it all already. I mean, I found myself in the same situation at my last job, with just a shitload of free time on my hands. So, I mean, that's what I ended up using to just practice pen testing and doing CTFs and different stuff like that. I mean, if they're paying you to, and you're interested in doing ethical hacking, or you want to pivot to a different job field, take that time to invest in your resume. They're literally paying you to grow. Yeah, I hear you. The enterprise red tape's insane. Takes forever to get anything done. Is it literally just N? I'm gonna get caught and get fired in reality, not my thing I spend my time doing. I live in a small town, there is no opening for cybersec engineering jobs. Sheesh. I mean, what about remote options? I'm sure you've looked into that though. I mean, if they catch you and you can justify, one, that what you're doing somehow correlates to your job, and two, if you can justify there's actually no work to be done. What up, Raj? I don't think they'd be that upset. You see good OPSEC. Okay, so if it's yes, and then continue, else it runs that command. I don't think, at this point though, with your professional experience and resume, I don't think the degree is really going to set you that far back. I mean, I see you doing the CTS and hack the boxes. I know you're stacking some knowledge. You won't. No, you don't need to memorize commands. But you'll just learn them and what they do and what's handy through using Kali. If you do want to learn Linux and you're really serious about it, my best suggestion is to wipe your Windows OS and install Ubuntu. That's what I did. It was probably the least productive 2 weeks I've ever had on a computer. But now after that, I'm completely comfortable in the Linux environment because I forced myself to do it. So at that point, you don't really have a choice but to learn it. Yeah, absolutely, Texas. I mean, if you don't get a job, I would not blame it on your lack of education or ability. It's the way that resume filtering works and stuff. Good people get missed all the time. On average, out of 100 applications that you put out, you'll get 4 interviews and 1 job offer. When I was applying for internships, 4 years ago, I put out, it ended up being like in total 163 resumes. I got 4 interviews and 1 job offer. And I worked there for the last 2.5 years before I just switched. It is very frustrating applying for jobs. But my whole goal was 10 applications a day. Let's say I went out the night before, or it was Friday night, it's Saturday morning, you know, you're a little hungover, you just want to marinate a little bit. I would just do LinkedIn Easy Applies for those 10 applications. That way, I still got my 10 applications in, stress-free, but 10 applications a day. And the cheat code for that is if you're not feeling like it, you can literally just go on your phone, send your resume to your email, download it, keep it as a PDF, go on LinkedIn Easy Apply and just start firing off positions. Yeah, so you probably got a fucking crazy resume, Texas. If you're only doing 10 applications. I promise you can. If you go on LinkedIn and you look at remote positions, you will find a lot of opportunities. Even around you, you'd be surprised. And remember, cybersecurity, the field has 100% job opening and job availability, right? There's literally unlimited job security in cybersecurity. There's 100% job availability. The issue people have with getting jobs in cybersecurity is they're not qualified to fill that role. With what you said, about only 10 applications. You're only one of 3 networking engineers. You're in an engineering role. I don't think you'll have an issue finding finding a job. And yes, use LinkedIn. Being in cybersecurity, I get reached out to all the time from recruiters to interview for positions in companies. I'm not even looking for jobs. Cybersecurity is so in demand. So when you go through, really deck out your profile. Include a bunch of information, certificates, projects. If you've published anything, which could even be like write-ups, share those as well. GitHub repos, anything. Because all those recruiters are doing is they're using some massive AI or assisting search engine to parse through LinkedIn members who have cybersecurity keywords in their bio, projects, whatever it may be. And my other thing that I always stress is specialize. Like, focus on a niche or a niche, a corner of cybersecurity, and go for it. Like at my old job, I did all secrets management, primarily HashiCorp Vault. Like mastered Vault. Got all the certifications for it. Right up there. Just absolutely took it to town. I thought it was kind of its own little corner. I've got reached out to by recruiters looking for HashiCorp Vault engineers, and because it's a specialized role, we're paying out the ass. Literally the same time, though, my current company reached out to me about the penetration testing role, and obviously, long story short, I took that, of course, because it's awesome and very enjoyable, and that was the whole 5 to 9 grind. But advertising yourself on LinkedIn goes a very, very long way. I promise you. Dante's saying the same thing. The bachelor's degree holding him back. If you have a kick-ass resume, especially in tech, I don't think like home lab projects, certifications I associate with a makeup or a lack thereof actual work experience. So if you're really good at cybersecurity, but you're 13 years old, you don't have any professional experience necessarily. Those certifications are supposed to relay the fact that, hey, I can do the same quality of work and certification as whoever else has a certification, plus whatever working years of experience they have. So you can match their experience level without actually having that IRL experience per se. Agreed. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being a generalist when you start, right? Because you have to find what you're interested in. There's so many domains in cybersecurity. It's pretty endless. But specializing will get you. If you're looking for the payday, I'm telling you, specialize is going to be all the way. That's literally the key. But make sure you're interested and you care about whatever you're doing. Hold on. Resumes get filtered out due to not having a bachelor's degree. By AI before making it to the real people. If you don't mind, maybe you could look at my resume one of these days. I have a lot of these things listed to make up for a lack of education. Dude, absolutely. I helped Dr. Sniper out with his resume. I like to think I have the meta resume template. I've done a bunch of resume stuff with my buddies back home. Like, I love anything related to the hiring process. I really enjoyed, like interviewing interns, working on resumes. I've thoroughly enjoyed doing that. Dude, honestly, what we could do a resume review session. And we can have people submit resumes, and then we can just give feedback. I'm not a master HR person by any means, but I've helped hire the last 2 years of IT and cybersecurity interns and done a shitload of interviews on both sides of the table now. But resumes, I like to think I have some idea of what's going on. Yeah, in Texas, be generous with what you applied to. You'll surprise yourself with some of the roles. If you're like, oh, this is too much for me, or I don't have these years of experience, that's fine. Still shoot the shot. The worst thing that happens is you get an email and say, sorry, we're not taking you. That's it. Move on. Forget about it. Yeah, Texas, I'm monetized now. I just don't monetize on YouTube, and then I monetize on Twitch, but I set it so there's no pre-rolls, I believe. But yeah, dude, that would be awesome to have her on. We've been monetized for a while. I just fucking hate ads on YouTube, so I turn them off. What up, GoPro? Put bachelor's degree on my resume, then in parentheses put expected 2025 just to get past the damn filters. Yeah, I love that. That's a great term. Don't self-select yourself out of a job. Love that. Yeah, let them reject you. That's not your job. Yeah, absolutely. I'll hope for sure, Dante. She also has her own business called Resume Revival that she'll review and coach people on resume and interviewing process. No way. So I actually ran a Fiverr service for about 4 months, where I did like career coaching, resume reviews, pretty much anything cybersecurity, like helping out interns get new jobs or figure out a career path. And then my account got deleted because some kid wanted to set up like recurring sessions, and I offered to use Venmo instead on direct messages, and they banned me for using like an out of bounds payment method and kind of plotting against Fiverr. So we are not on Fiverr anymore. But I love Venmo. Shout out Venmo. Yeah, interviewing process too is so critical. Also, just I know I said don't compare yourself to others, but I guess this is more of an encouragement. When I was interviewing for my internship, my boss at the time, who interviewed me and then later became my internship manager, he was a manager at Denny's 10 years before that, so probably 14 years from today. He was literally a restaurant manager at Denny's with no college education, no technical background. Over that 10 years, he spent the time to work in cybersecurity, get a bunch of certifications, do training, build out his resume. And at the time of him interviewing me, was probably making, holy fuck, like $600,000-$700,000 a year. And he was a manager at Denny's 10 years before that. So if you ever think it's too late, or you're not fit enough, or you're not qualified, some guy at Denny's is now making close to $1 million with no technical prior experience or formal education. She's on. Use her for clickbait. Awesome. Hopefully she likes Fred again. Okay, so ooh, we should get rid of this. I don't know what the ending syntax is for, okay. Read that. Let's do this. If confirm. What is a try statement in Bash? Simply using double ampersand command 2 will run with command 1. Oh. Okay. So if confirm is yes. Let's try sudo systemctl start Tor. Else sudo apt install Tor bash script sudo systemctl start Tor. only ever interviewed for one job, but I wasn't hired for. So once I get into an in-person interview, I'm pretty confident I can sell myself and also fuck that company. Still listed, jeez. Oh, Jesus. Wow. She's a beast. Ha! Doing a box LFI, but I can't find credentials. I can't find the locks to poison them. SecList has certain, has word lists based on your file system or server type. So in Intruder, you could prepend the LFI length of how many backups you need to go back to the root directory, and then literally just append the payload there, which will be the files and logs and all that stuff of whatever server or web app you're using, which Weblizer will tell you. And that'll enumerate all the information. Yes, that's what we're doing right now, Zay. We got Tor with proxy chains running on it, which I overthought last night, it turns out. Let's just do 5. Systemctl start Tor, sudo apt install. Tor, and then let's do another one for sudo systemctl. Or actually, let's do this. Proxy chains. Where's burp suite and file system? Locate burp suite. Okay. So if that's the case, we can say proxy chains. Well, we're using Pro. Okay, that works. So we'll do this command. Let's do cd burp config. That doesn't work, but if we go back a directory, it does. Okay. Else, if that fails, we'll do proxy chains burp suite. Only reason I attempt to obfuscate my IP is so I can run scans without rate limiting the first time, not worry about getting IP banned. There's a great let's see, Tor script, restart IP with tmux. This command, this is what I was talking about earlier. You look to see if you can find database creds and try those to log into a web app. Accept the logs. I mean, if you found config files, some of them may point to the logs. Also, if you can't find the logs or nothing indicates it, it may be a different attack vector. Like Texas was saying, a CVE. Let's get rid of this. I hope this works. We got bombdas, profiles, B checks, Tor for anonymity. Let's try. Run with Tor and proxy chains? Yes. Line 4. Oh. Oh, I see. Do we have to declare it first? Oh. That worked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that. What are these double brackets in Bash? Expands to a list of all positional parameters. It opened up regular burp. It worked though. Oh, that's why. So this should run. There we go. So we have proxy change running with Burp Suite. We're going to use our Tor configuration. Ugh. Is there a .n file, Dante? .n would have environment variables. Yeah, absolutely, Texas. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it. Have a good one, dude. Why no run? Because this. We don't need SOX 5 anymore. We can use burp and say test. There we go. And if we go to HTTP history, we can see everything. Nice. So now, with the Foxy proxy setup, we can run directly through. It goes, okay, so the ideology behind this specific proxy chain is internet, like web server, to Foxy proxy, to Burp Suite, to proxy chains, which forwards it through Tor. And we can validate this by doing check Tor project, and there we go. We can now go on Tor. Our IP address is this. So it's an OPSEC safe Burp Suite configuration. Again, all you do is click yes. That's the whole goal, right? Is we want to improve efficiency and we want to be faster. There's also the degree of enablement. Let's close burp for now. How we've added a bunch of B checks, profiles, other things, to kind of do the work for people who don't care about going past repeater or intruder per se. Oh shit. Okay, that was weird. So we'll do bash. Disable. Let's also do this. Systemctl stop Tor. Okay, so we have a swap file now. This is connected to commands. Is it not gonna like this? was successful, but still ran another one. Why don't those want to work? What up, Pete? Pete, Dante's doing a PHP CTF right now. I'm trying to figure out this. Let's grab our buddy. I stopped being so formal with ChatGPT. This is for grouping commands. There should be a space before closing. Oh, there is. Oh. So that's used to group commands. -Y. And then after, if it's successful, run that. Oh shit. Oh, nice. That was cool. Control U, undo. We like that. And then it still calls that at the end. Interesting. Will it give us an answer to the other one? Seriously, I'll try to start. What about if the first command runs, but when I close it out, it causes error and runs second command, fix. Yes. The issue is the first command runs, but when I close it, the second command runs. Wait, actually, am I tripping? My caps lock is on. What is going on? lowercase. Oh, it's because my numbers are fucked up, aren't they? There we go. Okay. Now I know why. There we go. Okay, so let's do this. Sudo pkill. There we go. So now let's run it. Lovely. But you can see now if we close it, then it continues. So what we need to do is bash run command and move on. Yes, if you do nothing else, then commands in a bash script are serialized. You can tell bash to run a bunch of commands in parallel. The ampersands at the end of each tells bash to run the command in the background. Oh. And I like that one too. Dash Y. Okay. Run that in the background. Run those two. Okay, then after. Okay. Let's see, we're getting an error. Because we're adding the ampersand, I'm assuming we have to add that. I mean, it gets through this first one, right? Or no? Line 5, pull it, syntax error, near unexpected token. Oh. I don't think that's right. Okay. Oh. We did not close that one off. Okay, so now it should run. No. We need to run a sub-process. I guess. There we go. Okay, so it does this still, but it's not moving on to the next parts of the script. I think our best bet would be to put this at the end, actually. See, it's going page up, so it wants to scroll that, but why is it not just getting rid of the line? Come on, this could not take longer. Let's move that down here. When's the OSCP? That's a great question. I just put in an expense request for the Pwn Labs to get those paid for. And then that'll start the 90-day timer. And it'll just be all boxes. Still can get it by the end of the year. I just need to stop being such a puss about Windows. Windows is terrifying to me. Been looking at home labs to set up an AD home lab to practice that, but in all reality, I wouldn't know what to test. I know a lot of the default configurations are already vulnerable, so that would probably be worth it. It would probably be very beneficial to set it up and then also break it. And then I'll just spin it up on VMs. We'll just have a DC, like a machine. Yeah, we could do that. For sure. Yes, proving ground. Grind it for 30 days. Yeah, that's honestly what I gotta do. I mean, the worst part about it is like doing these window boxes. Like, I have no idea. Priv has got Windows, yes. But even like Windows boxes on HTB are such a pain in the ass sometimes. Because, again, they're Windows boxes. So some of the tools or stuff you have to use, you have to like compile it on Linux with Wine. It just becomes like a super headache. It's also just extremely terrifying live streaming Windows because I'm ass and balls at Windows. Let's do sudo systemctl stop Tor. Did that work? Oh, yeah, it did. We just have to... It makes sense to run this after everything's installed. Let's open Burp again. I was looking into the extender API as well, which seems pretty cool. And then the custom apps, which I don't know how to code JavaScript, but that could be a good first project to learn it. Is making a Burp Suite extension. I don't mind that idea. Oh, these are project settings. Ew. Don't log out of scope items. Default proxy interception state. Disable. Replace. Which tab configuration? Intruder uses. Use these settings to configure the source directory for predefined payload lists. I mean, we could go through suckless. Like, how big is suckless? Where's suckless? User share. I mean, I guess we could go through cyclists and just pick and choose our favorite ones. Trying to buy a monitor arm right now. Nice. Python and JavaScript go very well for OSCP. Good to know then. Python I'm pretty comfortable in. JavaScript is another story. Let's see. Best intruder. Payload this.
Welcome, Healy.
You think I'm fucking strong?
What up?
Are you coming in? Yeah.
Jeez. I like this list. 7 years ago. 3 years ago.
Creeping through the night. I ran past a bus. One street to another. As I look around, what I see is fragile hearts. I'm not gonna be here forever. Fuck it.
Why are these executables?
You are my friend.
Yeah, backdoor. I was gonna say, why are these executables? Good catch, good catch. An executable text file? That's pretty good. Burp collaborators and external service. Let's see if we can set up a custom collaborator. That's the only thing is we'll need a domain name. Burp collaborator alternatives. Let's see if we can get fancy. Burp collaborator is required to capture DNS card. I have not heard that WordPress.com comes fully stacked with advanced dev tools, unmetered bandwidth, access to your plugins, custom codes, staging sites. Oh. Set up your own server running DNS. You also need your own domain, likely wildcard certificate. No free way to do this, really. Webhook site is a good one. Interesting. Custom actions. Let's see, webhook, .site, GitHub. Oh, it's a premium. Use the default. Server location. Why? Let's do sudo systemctl start Tor. Let's check. Where's Tor at? Let's check this out. Hold We're gonna pull it to make sure that it works. Oh shit. It's backslash. Oh, invalid. Why doesn't that want to work? Health check. Let's see, what is going on? Request bin. Automatic backups, TLS. Use these settings to configure client TLS certificates that Burple use. Side panel. Use these settings to adjust which views are available. These are interesting settings. Render. Message editor request views. Yeah, I mean, pretty and hex is fine, although I don't think we're really gonna use hex. That's fine. The hotkeys, these would be nice. Because again, in the name of efficiency, so let's do Burp Suite. Custom hotkeys. Forward intercepted proxy request. Oh, this could be a good one. So that way, instead of having to go into like HTTP history to see the response or forward it to repeater, we should. We can see the response now. Fast note. Maybe we should throw fast note into that script as well. Just to try and support local. I think we could swing that. That would be cool to work on later too. Okay, so I love that one. So forward, request response. I mean, would it make sense to just have all proxy settings as control shift something and then center repeater control R? That's a weird one. Control I is too far out. That's not helpful. Control R is awkward. Because I always have my left pinky on control. Control R is just awkward. Control Shift A for again. I want everything from my left hand ideally. Control Shift C is already assigned to fast note. We'll just have to get fast note working on Ubuntu, but unfortunately My keyboard settings, shortcuts. Directory does not exist because I'm pretty sure I deleted it. So that's fun. You click it and it just cancels out. Just does not want to work. Send request to compare. Will it recognize base 64 encode? Well, that doesn't do shit. That's a useless setting. Because also if you have a request, you can just use it from, like if we do this. Oh, I should have used the hotkey there. Convert selection, URL decode. Interesting tips. So here's our send to decode. We don't need send to organizer. I guess that one can be there. Send a sequencer. We don't need a hotkey for. It's not that often. Add to scope. It's fast now. It has to be control. Interesting. Okay, so you know what? Let's do everything in here first. Let's go by commands. So center repeater, Control Shift A. That's awkward. So I want to do it by hand placement too. How per tab, repeater you'll be down here, proxy will be higher up. So go back, go forward. I wish you could duplicate. Okay, so we could do interesting. Okay, so we do Control Shift A and then just tap down to Z. Control Shift R. Does anybody else get that issue? Control Shift R, you have to like tweak your arm a little bit. I don't like that. Control Shift AZ. I like that. And then go Control Space and then Control back. Those are good ones. So everything on repeater you can do with your pinky on Control, Shift with ring finger, middle finger on A. So that's repeater position. Control Shift Z. What do we do a lot? Copy as URL, copy as curl, copy links. Is Control Shift S already? Yes. Three characters. Interesting. Save items. Show response in browser. Which I guess you don't really need because you can render it. But I think this would be helpful. Control W for now, for World Wide Web. Request in browser. And what if we do that, right? Like, what if we... Current session. Okay, so that's not doing anything. Add notes. That's pretty useless. I'll say that's like a D tier. I mean, it will help with organization, but let's get rid of that for now. Add intruder. So now, when you get to intruder, honestly, that's kind of useless because you could just do... Is that really faster than that? Not really. Open scan launcher. Open scan launcher with selected insertion point. What does that do? Let's see what else. Select scrolling tab layout. It's not really doing much. Again, useless command. What if we did create new tab group? So repeater's vicious. We spend a lot of time in repeater. Let's see. Search tabs. I don't think that'll come in handy. Delete line. Control T. Guess we don't want that. Okay, so now I see the purpose of this. Control W. That works very well. Drop intercepted. That makes sense. Control left, control right. Why doesn't this control work? Why is this control not working? That worked. So you have to do FN with it. Interesting. Dashboard, switch to target. Switch to proxy, control shift P. And we're just trying to work on efficiency again. That is what the idea behind this is. Two, three, four. Like control shift I is awkward. It's not really a hotkey. At that point it's faster to click. You know? Let's see if there's anything critical we really want. Open event log tab, open all issues, editor, cut. Control X, yep. Undo, redo. That makes sense. Search, go to previous search match. We don't necessarily need those. Change body encoding. What does this feature do? Burp suite, change body encoding. You can switch the encoding of any message body between standard URL encoded and multi-part. What is safe for URL encoding the data? I don't think we need that then. HTML decode, HTML encode. Control U is really awkward. URL encode key characters, Control U. That's a bit of a reach. HTML base 64 encode. Construct string. Microsoft SQL server. Interesting. That's cool. Toggle prefix, clear all payload markers. Okay, so we could probably switch tabs. And go to next tab. Let's say see, that's so awkward. Send to intruder. So let's try this. Let's do, take this, send to intruder, switch to intruder. We need to go to editor. Come down here. See, control right. Control left does not want to go either. Oh. Go forward and repeater history. So you can do it. Even though we're not even in the repeater tab. Why is that still flagging? That's why I'm so curious. Actually, we'll keep left. That's fine. So if we go back to intruder, so we'll do Control I, Control Shift I, tab down. Let's go here. Control Shift P. So we could do everything from the keyboard once we're on intruder. And go like this, Control Select, over, Control P. Control P. Control P. Control left. Okay, so maybe it makes sense to set these sort of general as close to the left hand, and then once you get into one, then we can start adding in. I like that. Change, paste URLs, request. Alright, let's go back to intruder. So we do Control Shift I. We do Control I first. Now we're here. Jeez. Let's go back to intruder. Control I, send it to intruder. Control Shift I, now we're in here. So now we can tab, highlight, intruder. Well, how do I go there? Close tabs. Where was that? What is that called? Let's see. What is hotkey to go from intruder positions to payload? Why is that so bizarre? What are we? Why can't we? It's burp specific. Window? Why can I not figure this out? Oh, control minus. Oh, but you see that? That's weird. And it's not even recognizing these. That's why I'm so confused. It would have been sick to figure out how we could launch. So tab works? I mean, I did mess around with that. That's so weird. Use default attack config. Now this won't even swap through it. There it goes. Okay. What up, Blunts? I was just working on hotkeys to try and figure this out. It's being weird though. What are new tab configuration options? So if we do copy configuration from first tab. Ah. Interesting. But this is not a config? Interesting. What settings are these? Okay, so let's use copy config from last tab. That looks good. I like that setting. Yeah. Trying to figure out. I want to be able to send a full request. In repeater or an intruder.
Look at this, brother.
Holy
I just
fuck.
looked at the raid and said, "Oh my God, it's a raid. Welcome, raid."
Yo, what up? What up, Fed? Holy shit.
Welcome 0XLY.
Yo,
What's good? Yeah.
welcome. Working on a,
Welcome Finn with gun.
oh, thank you. Holy shit. Let's go. We're working on a burp suite, pretty much like an enhancement for enablement and efficiency. So we have a supporting setup script. Let me show that right now. So a lot of people don't go beyond repeater and intruder.
Welcome
Even less. Thank you.
What's good?
Using certain configs, kind of deep diving on burp. I feel like a lot of people use it for the bare minimum, which is totally okay. The purpose of this project is to allow you to still keep doing that without spending time on adding configurations. Yo.
What's good? Yeah.
Appreciate it. But it'll pretty much be a setup script.
Welcome MR Game.
Holy shit.
Think I'm fucking strong? What's good?
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is too funny. So there's a couple things we've coded already. B checks, which are thank you. Welcome to everyone again. So the B checks are similar to extensions. It's like an if-else statement within Burp Suite. So if a path has, like, let's say ID equals 1, you could have a B check that will say test for -1. And then if it returns a certain result, it'll output that into your target history. Else, it'll say something different. So B checks are super simple. We have like 250 added B checks, and they take up like less than a megabyte of space. Yeah, so B checks, super helpful extension. But again, it's something that not a lot of people consider, and that's totally okay because we'll do that for you. Next is Bombdus. Bombdus scripts are similar to AWS Lambda functions. They're used for filtering and sorting. So we can go to Bombda mode. We have about 30 different Bomda scripts. So if we go to Bomdas, let's say email highlighter, let's apply it, and now it's going to highlight everything in your HTTP history that has been flagged. Oh, the Bomdas is loading with an email in it. See that? So again, this is not like a one-trick pony where if you use the configuration, it's going to find all the bugs and vulnerabilities for you. The purpose behind this being to encourage inspection in certain areas, to encourage background research and looking into it on Burp Suite's behalf, and just adding different enablements to Burp Suite configurations to make it easier for you to, I guess, find bugs, right? These are for Burp Suite Professional. It'll also work for Community Edition as well. I got Burp Suite Pro through work. For everyone that's new here, I do penetration testing now. I'm on the red team. I did security engineering, primarily secrets management, for like 2.5 years before I just started the pen testing role. Like 3 months ago, came on as a junior operator and have been rocking with it ever since. So it's really cool is to prevent burnout. Our company kind of splits the work as like 40-60. So 40% of time you're doing an engagement, and the engagement's with a customer, and that's your sole focus. The other 60%, whatever the ratio may fluctuate, is doing research, tool development, CTFs, hack the box, anything. So the idea is to prevent burnout. Because when you do the engagements, like, it's your only job in life besides shitting and sleeping. So kind of my contributions now is working on a standardized Burp Suite configuration. At least, I don't know if I'll make the repository public yet. Still kind of feeling that one out. It's not like it's gonna increase ScriptKitty. I don't know, I want to say damage almost, but like, it's not gonna be another SQL map where some kid could dump your entire database. It's strictly for an enablement. I can send the script too. I mean, the script's going to do majority of the work for you. I think the profiles could probably do default configs as well. I don't know. I got to see it out. But yeah. So, again, slight overview. And then at the end here, because you're not a real hacker if you don't use Tor, we've configured Burp Suite to run with proxy chains and then Tor running through that. So, an ideology for you visual people, it'll go from server to browser. Well, I guess Foxy Proxy is in front of that. So it'll go server to Foxy Proxy, to browser, or I guess to Burp Suite, to browser. No. Browser, yeah, okay. So browser to Foxy Proxy, to Burp Suite, to proxy chains, to Tor, which is running on a SOCKS 5 proxy. I don't really know the difference between a SOCKS 5 proxy and other proxies, but I know that Tor runs on SOCKS 5. It sounds, from what I was reading, light about it. It's more secure. It's less error prone than other proxies. I think DNS maybe, but yeah, so we're literally using proxy chains and Tor. It's super easy to run it. Honestly, there's no other additional configurations you have to set, which is the nicest part about it. If you come to connections, you can see we're not using the SOCKS 5 proxy. what you can do is you can actually run Burp Suite as or through proxy chains. So hold on, I was working on hotkeys, but that's pretty boring. Let me the hotkeys is like a whole lot of I don't want to say methodology, theory, I guess. Like, I think it'll make you faster. I love hotkeys, though. Learn your hotkeys. That's very important. Let me save this user config. Let's call it v6.1, or actually we'll do tor.2. Tor2. That works. Okay. And then let's close that. Those are user settings. Okay. So I can actually show you guys right now. Let's do systemctl stop tor. Oh, I can't spell, I forgot. There we go. So if we go systemctl status tor, tor is dead, right? So I can actually show you guys what the setup script does. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna pull down B checks, which are free. You can use those in the community version. We got 250 B checks from a GitHub account that we pull in, parse all those, input them. There's some naming manipulation that has to be done. Like we parse the extender metadata, which includes the name, and the name is actually what Burp Suite stores it as. So in order to match it up, we had to pull the name out. I'll just run the script and show you. So config bcheck, we already have it, it exists, but it clones it, so it pulls down the GitHub repo with all the bchecks in it. Down here, there is, and then it moves all those to the bchecks directory, the hidden Burp Suite directory. Down here, we grab a bunch of Bombda scripts, like 30 or 40 of them from GitHub, clone them, move them over to Burp Suite, and then remove the directory. Over here, then we have profiles, so it clones a bunch of profiles from GitHub, another repo again. And those profiles are scam profiles, so some of them are passive, which you can use in community. Some of them are active scam profiles. So active scam profiles is a Burp Suite Pro feature. Again, if you're doing bug bounties, it's not necessary because a lot of people already, like, you have to do a lot of configuring to Burp to get your configuration and Burp scanner to be a one-of-one copy. Part of the idea behind this as well is, I mean, it's like running nuclei templates. I'll use that as an example. You run nuclei, you use the default templates. Well, everybody and their mothers already ran nuclei with the default templates, right? So you want to differentiate. So you start adding unique nuclei templates, and again, unless it's a 0 days, that vulnerability is known. So somebody could have already made the nuclei template for that, odds are, and they're also running similar scans. But the more and more that you kind of build out from the default, at the top here is a one-of-one version where you're now scanning for stuff that nobody else is. So the idea behind the Burp Suite config is this is going to kind of get you closer to the top of that unique one-to-one scan, especially with like bug bounty hunting. You're scanning stuff people have already scanned hundreds and hundreds of times. Also, for anybody interested, we do have a community Discord. We got We're close to 600 now. I'll send a link in the chat. It's an absolute blast. It's pretty casual. Everybody's super chill, and no one's gonna shit on your face for being a beginner. A beginner's always welcome. But yeah, okay. Anyways, so run Tor with proxy chains. Let's do yes. Oh fuck. We had this issue before. Okay, for the sake of demonstration, we're gonna start Tor. I keep forgetting to put sudo. We can also do sudo nano, so I can show you my proxy chains config. Very basic. I do have proxy DNS on. I know that's supposed to be commented out, but I believe for Burp Suite it needs to be uncommented. I'm not sure. I can confirm that. But all it has here is the SOCKS 5 proxy, port 9050. So proxy chain, instead of using, like, adding all these different proxies, it's using Tor gateway, and Tor automatically sends it through all these different proxies. So that's our proxy chain config. So we can now take proxy chain and run Burp Suite with it. We'll use the Tor user config. Let's open up Firefox. We have burp enabled. Let's go to, what's my IP? Nice. Alright, so we are using Tor host, which is why Google's flagging this. Let me just prove that I'm not a robot. Come on. No bicycle. No bicycle. Nice. Jeez. Sometimes it's fast. This is a speed run. Boom. Boom, boom. Really? Jesus. Okay, there we go. So let's do my IP. Now let's turn on burp. And there we are. We are in Africa, and you can see we're using a Tor exit node. There's got to be some other way to mask that, because it's a pretty big hindrance. But yeah, so that's how we're running proxy chains with Tor. Can still, I've been testing a lot on this, so hence that. But I mean, assuming you don't fuck it up like I did, you'll be fine. So that's how we got it through. Tor can't open Discord. Let me see. Finwig Gun, you're developing burp plugin. Not a burp plugin, no, but I was looking into the extender API and it looks pretty sweet. I also don't know how to code JavaScript, so I think that would be a great learning project, is coding an extender in Java, which I think would be pretty sweet. Yeah, new peers. No, plugins are not paid only. Plugins are... There's some plugins that require Burp Pro if they take advantage of like ActiveScan. But there's a ton of extensions. And this is only from the B App Store. You can still find others on GitHub. But you can see, these are the ones with Pro extension. And then it's a very small part of it. And then all of these you don't need it for. And majority of the highest rated ones, all of these are, I don't know, I don't use any of these. But all the good ones that you'd want, like Param Miner, CO2 is also unreal. This is by far, hands down, my favorite burp extension. It does not really add to generating attack surface, but my favorite part about this extension is if we go to target proxy, we go to, oh geez, hold on, oh, we're still on Tor. If we do this, again, hotkeys, very passionate. Let's take it, send to repeater. I mean, we could even do it from here and go to extension CO2 SQL mapper. Let's say you validated this request by taking this parameter, right? And this is actually a bug that I found recently. You do, like, it was an email address, it would be like a.b.com. Then you do plus, wait for, delay, 0005, boom, and then we'll do control shift, highlight all of this. And then we're gonna do Control U for URL encode. Hotkeys, remember, hotkeys. Send it, and then let's say that takes 5 seconds, right? I have even seen use cases before where parameters are vulnerable in 2 different queries if they use stored procedures. So Burp SQL map actually won't be able to detect that. Like, let's say you do wait for delay. That email is used in 2 queries, and both of those queries are vulnerable. It's going to cause a 10-second delay. Burp Suite does not correlate that because, again, Burp Suite, or not Burp Suite, excuse me, SQL map can't correlate that. So at that point, you'd have to write a manual script to enumerate using like substring, and then substring like a select statement and then comparing it to a value, which is pretty simple to code. It just takes forever to enumerate information, especially if it's like Boolean based blind, or time based, I should say. But yeah, so back to CO2. So let's say this query works, right? And you get a 5-second delay. And remember, we're using this. So let's take this and let's send this to CO2 and send it to SQL mapper. What SQL Mapper does is hold your hand and wipes your ass in order to connect and run this on SQL Map, because now we know it's vulnerable, right? It's waited 5 seconds. So now what CO2 does is it's going to hold your hand and it's going to build out the exact SQL Map command config, and you can even auto run it if you configure SQL Map to the CO2 extension. So you can come down here and it has all the options. So you can do the level, 5, 3, string match for true. You can be like success. String match for false, be like error. I mean, you would probably only use one. You wouldn't use a true and false. You can do a regex match for HTTP code if it like redirects. So you could do like a 302 or a 200, 302 if it's false. You can set the database if you don't know any of that. You can leave all this blank if you don't know. Techniques, you can select the technique. So we already validated that it waited 5 seconds, so it's time-based blind. It'll set delay in seconds automatically to 10. Second order attack URL, that's a pretty advanced SQL attack. It's when the input, like let's say you input wait for delay and it gets sanitized. Or I guess it would be, it could be time-based. Yeah, so let's say you put it in and it sanitizes that query, right? But then it takes that original string and pushes it to a backups environment, right? Where you can query the same table, but it's under backups. And when you query that table, it doesn't have the same sanitization or validation as the first one did. So what ends up happening is your SQL query gets cleaned on the first input and gets stored, and it's like, all right, this is bad. But then that actually gets stored and you can access it on another page or like a second order. And at that point, it doesn't clean it or sanitize it. And you can specify that second URL here for SQL Map to check and use its inferences on successful injection to evaluate that. For injection, you can specify parameters here. Don't do parameters prefix. So let's say like you're in an email and it requires you to do an email every time. So you could do a.b.a2b.com, and then it'll automatically add like this or this or this. Or suffix, let's say it always needs to end in that. So it'll just append that to everything. DBMS, if it's specific, operating system. Assuming you probably don't know this stuff. If this were like a CTF or something, you'll probably know the OS, but maybe not the DBMS unless you already enumerated it before running this. So enumeration, you can select what you want SQL Map to scan for, databases, tables, columns, etc. Is database administrator, who's current user, privileges, like privileges could be PS exec. You could do like load dir also to exploit RFI if it'll load files remotely. Set limits, pin to database, pin to table. Never use any of these. General, beep if it gets a hit. Immediate mobile. So if it gets something, it goes check for WAF first, identify WAF, fresh queries, flush session, purge output, and then connection. So you could even set this proxy to be Burp Suite. So you can actually proxy and monitor all your SQL Map requests and see them in your HTTP history. And then you can use a bomb disk filter to filter out anything that was sent by SQL Map. And you can even flag it even easier by using like a custom user agent, how your user agent will include a string. And then you can just filter by that string, right? So you don't even need to use a bomb disk filter, because only those SQL Map sent with that custom user agent string, be it like ABCD 1 2 3 4 5 6, whatever, some type of not canary, but one of one identifier. It'll just make your life a lot easier within Burp. Another cool thing also about Burp Suite that I learned last night was a lot of extensions, or actually a lot of common used tools like FF will actually, they have a replicate proxy setting, or if it has a proxy setting in general. And what you can do with FF is you can fuzz with FF and then set the proxy settings to be Burp Suite. So Burp Suite will now intercept, and then you can include an FF like only show status code 200. So Burp Suite will only show valid 200 directories fuzzed by FF, which is pretty cool. But that's another thing to look out for, is that poor man's automation, how you can run a lot of popular tools that involve web. Comics has one, I'm almost certain. XSS Strike may have a proxy. Those are the two that I really like for command injection and XSS. But yeah, if you configure the proxy settings now in those tools, which I'm sure a lot of you have never tried, I haven't, maybe you have, but you can collect that data into Burp Suite, which is very cool. And I like that. But yeah, that is the 10.4. Let's nano this because we were getting an error. System CTL start Tor. What if we do like echo? Yes. Okay. So will this work? I also changed my hotkeys on terminal. Instead of Control Shift V for paste, it's just Control V and then Control C to copy. And then I have this is a custom tool that I wrote, published on the GitHub, called FastNote. I don't know why it copied the entire Discord chat, but all it does is it's an extended copy notepad. Like if you're enumerating a website, especially for like a CTF, if there's a lot of information to retain, or like an Nmap scan, like let's say, all right, we want to go here. You don't want to access notes. You got to be faster than that. So you can do fast notes. So we're going to do Control C to copy, Control Shift C to copy to fast note. Oh, you know what a really good example of this is this. So let's do man Nmap. So let's go here, right? So like, all right, let's say, all right, we want this, right? we can throw that in. Actually, let's clear it, and then it'll be easier to show. So we can do like this. All right, we want to use skip host discovery, scan techniques. We want to use SF. So let's copy, send it to Fastnote. Okay, I like this. So let's do that. Now imagine trying to remember all this. Otherwise, you'd have to have like another window open. But yeah, so you can take all these, be like, okay, I want to use script file name 2. Let's add that. Firewall IDS evasion. All right, let's set our proxy up through SOCKS 4, so we could probably use Tor for that. We want to increase verbosity 2, so let's add that. Miscellaneous. We also want to reference the style sheet. Not sure why we want to do that, but we do. And then let's say, okay, we also want to do, no, that wouldn't be good for a scan. We'll do trace route, right? All right, so now instead of having 2 windows open, or if you were to go like this and then try and run the mmap from here, you got to see it and then type and then go back and then type, right? Instead of doing that, now that we have everything in Fastnote, we can do this. We already have that there, so let's do nmap. Let's take all this. Let's copy it. Let's paste it. And now we have all of our configs here. I mean, you could copy it one by one, right, if you wanted to. But now you have an entirely unique custom command. All from there. So you just script args file name, test.txt, proxies, 127.0.0.1, 9050. Verbose, we want WebXML, and we want traceroute, right? So now you have an entire command and everything's still stored in Fastnote. Let's say you like the command too. Copy this and then throw it into like your notebook. But it's an extension to clipboard, right? Because if you're trying to copy one thing at a time, or enumerate a lot of information, there's a lot of information that you think is interesting, just save it and throw it into Fastnote and forget about it. Literally. Be like, okay, dynamic chain here. I'm just coming up with a bunch of different examples, but I think you understand what I've been trying to get at. So that's a very useful tool that I do like to enjoy, recreationally and professionally. I don't think anybody else in the world uses it, even though I try and promote it. But again, I like projects that are all about efficiency, being faster, shorter, anything that's going to get you from point A to point C faster, and maybe you discover point B along the way, right? Because we're making it faster, but we're also adding on extensions. So there's the battle between enablement, because obviously you could run a super aggressive scan on everything and it would take forever and thousands and thousands and thousands of requests, which customers and any infrastructure, even rate limiters, do not want to deal with. So if you can minimize the number of requests, like you can use profiles if you're testing for a specific bug, anything pretty much to be faster, go harder, right? That's the idea behind this. Lean. I was doing hotkeys before, but those are pretty boring. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to grab another coffee, maybe. Yeah. And then we can figure out what we want to do. But I will be right back. Hold on. Alright, I will be right back. Dark web AI bot. Alright, Blonde, relax. I don't even know where to start with that. We've been working on the Burp Suite config for a minute. My main focus now is hotkeys. I want to be able to run an entire intruder command from the intruder tab. So if we go to proxy, and we take this and we send that to intruder, then we go to intruder. The whole goal, right, is to use the keyboard as much as possible because the keyboard's faster than mouse. If you configure your hotkeys correctly. So let's go to intruder. Slow down hotkeys. The slowest hotkeys you can get. So let's go back to proxy. And then we're going to Control Shift I to go here. Tab down. We'll remove that. Let's say we want a fuzz connection. Let's do Control Shift, go left, Control P to set that parameter. Control Tab to go to payloads. You still have to select payload type manually, or if you want to load. But ideally we can do that. We'll set parameter, random usernames, and then we'll do Control Shift, Control L to start it. And then let's minimize this. We'll have that running in the background. So now we can send an intruder payload. We're at least more efficient than we were. If we go back to proxy, I've also changed this to be, let's do Control-Shift-A, Control-Shift-Z, because R is awkward. Ideally, I have my pinky on control, middle finger on S. So if we do this to repeater, control space, send it. It should show both. That's a bad request. And then if we want to go repeater, go back in repeater history. What is... See, that's not going to work for us because that's also an editor. You know, let's switch to dashboard, which is a universal. Control Shift comma and Control Shift period. So now we can go here, and now go forward request, back request. We can also create a group, so we can do test, add tabs, create, right? And now we have groups set up. And we can still use this to filter. Group is not hotkey accessible, but I think you understand what I was trying to get at. Which key on which PC? This is Kali. The hotkeys, I set up custom hotkeys on Burp Suite, hence the config. We have a couple other Control Shift W we still have available. Discover content. So it looks like we can set our own content discovery config. This is pretty much all it's doing is crawling. Outputs a sitemap. Can we make a custom content discovery? Custom content discovery config burp. Custom file list. Let's do In Kali, hotkeys, Windows tab will get you through here. Then you can use Alt to resize. It'll just keep it cleaner. You can use Control and Windows key to set up workspaces. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4. Like for Hack the Box, for example, or any CTS, which is on a private network, I'll start the VPN session in another workspace so I don't accidentally cancel it out. And then obviously there's terminal hotkeys as well. Control-Shift-T, new terminal, Control-Shift-W, get rid of terminal, Control-Shift-R, split that way, Control-Shift. D, yeah, D is down. You can do Control-Shift-Tab to go through between them, to change tabs. If you want to get rid of this or close this one, just do Control-Shift-W again. Let's say, what's another good one? D is a good split. Control D deletes the individual one. I mean, you could do Control page up and page down too if you have a bunch of tabs. But we don't really need these. I guess you could change that one too if you wanted to. What up, Amir? The purple light behind me. This is Mega Lamp. So when I first started to get into IoT development, like ESP32s, we actually are working on Shitbox V2 right now. This is what our work in progress is currently. Proximity sensor with a OLED screen. So when I first got into this, I wanted to figure out the basics of electrical. So I built a sequential lamp. And I call it Mega Lamp. And the lamp is connected to, not at the current moment, but the light is connected to a webhook that is running on Home Assistant, that's running in a Docker container on my Raspberry Pi that's connected to my Grafana instance, which is part of my TIG stack, which is like a home lab. It's like a SOC, pretty much. That's completely free and for your home lab. If you're interested in doing like SOC analyst at all, it's a really good project. But that has webhook capabilities, and when my CPU exceeds a certain percentage, the light will start flashing red. So that was my project to learn, or my intro 101 to electrical. And there are still a few fuses in my house or apartment that do not work because I blew them and connected the circuit with no ground and some other things. But it happens, right? All in the name of learning. Yes. So it's part of the home lab. It is part of the team. Let's see, install 4J. Oh, yeah, custom content discovery. The target settings enable you to define the start directory for the content.
Welcome Z270F6.
Yo, appreciate it, brother.
Are you coming in?
Welcome. Is content discovery a project setting? It could be. Sudo update db. We're gonna see if we can locate content discovery. Let's look up burp default project config. Locate discovery. Grab content. Nothing. Metasploit. What if we do grab burp? That's all B checks. Where would content discovery be stored? Socks proxy, upstream redirects. Default user config. It could be stored in the app settings. It would be cool if it was, because then we can have a custom content discovery config ready to go. Where is it saying content's found? That we want to set false. Oh, is content discovery? Ah, okay, so it does not persist. That is why, so it is stored in memory. Okay, so that's a really good hotkey. We have Control W. To copy the request into current, and then you can post it. That's not found. That makes sense. So let's do Control W again. We'll go back to browser. And then it just redirects. Okay, so these hotkeys are pretty slick. Discover content, that's a really good one. Copy as curl command. That could be another helpful one. I already walked over CO2. CO2 is awesome extension for SQL map. Delete links, notes, highlight.
Welcome Owen Codes.
Yo, welcome, brother.
What's good?
Store manager saved the day. Find credentials for subdomain. var.html.ht password. Interesting. Yeah, sounds good, Dante. Let me know when you're back on, and I'll watch. So we can do Control-1. We want to go through here and just start flagging them. If any of these are interesting, right? As long as we can justify these hotkeys. I mean, we can pretty much do everything now. That we would need to. Where's Prettify at? Yeah, we want Pretty Print on automatically. Here's our custom scam profiles. It might make sense to copy these and then make another one. Just a duplicate scam profile. That doesn't mess with cookie parameter values. So let's actually see. Nano. Where are these profiles going? Config library. Okay. So let's do a new tab. CD secret burp suite. CD config library. Let's do nano. All DOM issues. Oh, really? Insertion points. Detection methods. Alright, let's just do Control F. Cookie param. Oh man. Cookie. Insertion points. Skip all tests for parameters. Insert cookies, true. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we can copy this. We're gonna use JS. Okay, so let's do JS, update, all DOM issues. Oh, it did not copy. There we go. Let's go insertion underscore point underscore types dot insert underscore cookies. Let me pull up my tool for this, or not my tool, my notes. Oh, we're not using JS, we're using JQ. Raw file. New content. So it'll be equals new content. Raw file, new content. Oh wait, that's what it is. New content. Apples, yo. And then that's going into all DOM issues.json. Bad JSON raw file new content could not open. Oh, okay. So we need dash raw file. Let's do echo apples yo into test.txt. So now let's take test.txt is not defined. Insertion point dot types dot insert cookies. Is scanner the big one? So it could be big body to scanner. There we go. Oh, wait. So we should see. Come on. Jeez. Insert cookies. That's what we need. Oh, why is that? There we go. So now if we go up. Apples, yo, sweet. Okay, so let's check that. That worked. So we use JQ to replace the content. So let's do echo. False into test.txt. And let's see what that looks like. It's a string. Okay. Use JQ to swap true or false. Nice. Getting some more monitors too, so I'll pick those up in like 30 minutes. Upgrading the lab. Checklist values from true or false. It's not a string. JQ insert Boolean value. really. Alright, so what if we change it over here? Dot bool underscore value to string. Cannot index boolean with string. That would make sense. Alright, let's man JQ. If the filter's result is a string, okay, so dash R. Oh, we're not even replacing it? We're just doing this. Equals false. Okay, so let's see if that worked. Insert cookies, false. That worked. We got two U2719 DC. U2719 DC. Because I wanted something above FHD resolution. Or full HD. I think this is QHD. So there's the DC and then just the D. The C has a USB-C adapter for monitors, which will be helpful for the work laptop, but not necessary. There is she. There she is. It'll be a huge upgrade from my little one right now. $2560, $1440. QHD, yes. I'm telling you, Facebook Marketplace is the way to go. These monitors, new. I mean, you can see these. $165 pre-owned with a $61 delivery. $500, $600, $400. Facebook Marketplace, $200 for 2 of these and an arm. So what I'm going to end up doing is I have a really big main display already that I'm going to keep. I'm going to do over here where I have like OBS and chat, I'm going to do 2 stacked monitors. And then on this side, I'm going to do a vertical monitor. And now that I have the guy's throwing in the arm for free. So we'll get the monitor, 2 of these monitors, and an arm for, I mean, half of what it costs brand new. Facebook Marketplace is the beta, man. Do not sleep on Marketplace. Sometimes. And I wanted the 27-inch too, because if it's too far over, it's gonna fuck my neck up. So the one I have right now over here is like a 24. So that'll be a nice upgrade, and then they'll be stacked. And then we'll have the vertical over here. It'll be money. I'm very excited. And then the monitor that I'm using over here, which is serving no purpose, I may use for a Raspberry Pi display to show metrics, like a Grafana dashboard and other things. But I'll definitely make use of this display. Okay, so this works. Let's do this. CD. I guess we don't even have to. Nano, pull it. This will be, and then we'll also do this. So we already have it moving over. So after it moves the profile, let's take this command. JQ raw insert cookies equal false. I forgot. We're not calling a file anymore. So it'll just be scanner insertion types, insert cookies. False. Profile. And then pipe that out to home user, so it's universal. Burp suites. Config library. It may already be in that directory. Let me move. No, it wouldn't be. Config library backslash. Actually, let's try this first. Over here. Backslash. $ PWD. Backslash. Fake.txt. Nice. Okay. So what that means is we can now go back. We'll do profile. Would that have worked if I did? I think I have to do this. Yes, brackets. So it'll be brackets, profile, dash, no cookies. Oh, it's gonna come out as the profile name.json dash no cookies. That's not gonna work. We need to grab file name, but not extension. Bash script. %.star. Let's validate this. Oh, it's saying anything after this. Cancel that. So percent is what is percent in bash script? Not the shebang. Whatever. I trust it. I mean, worst case, we already have the automated script to grab all the profiles again. So what we're doing is profile %.star no cookies. .json. Let's try it. Fuck it. Could not open file, home caliber config profiles. Really? Interesting. Oh, because they're in that directory already when it goes to move it. That's why. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that should work. Passenger side? Nope. Okay, so it's got an extra backslash. Oh my god. I added this to bombed us instead. Shoot. So let's do... Wait. Maybe I didn't? No, I didn't. What is this error it's showing then? It's repeating? Alright. I will be back on tomorrow. I gotta go. It's here. But, appreciate the raid. Appreciate everybody that joined. Y'all are the best. I will see y'all and run it back again tomorrow. Deuces. Peace.